am back. I am back with less depression. So we are going to finish Farewell My Turnabout. This time, for real. We're going to finish this case. We're gonna save Maya. And if we have time, we can save that kitty. And we'll figure out the mystery of the weird ass butler. So anyways, let's go ahead and get started. Hopefully you guys have been okay. Yes, Ash. Hi, Ash. Lawyer mode. Wait. Making sure we have the right spot. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We got this. Also, I'm probably going to be eating in a little bit, so just an FYI. We'll enjoy the ASMR when we have the chance.
It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has found Mystic Maya yet.
Oh, hopefully we will. Look at all those bears. Yes, look at all those bears. They're so cute. These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. How are you doing today, Mega Billiam? Hopefully you're doing good. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be a-okay.
You're right.
Man, got a rice cooker on the floor. That deserves death, wow. I think that's a bread warmer, actually. Yeah, that's a bread warmer. Wow, how rude to Juan. That man's gonna have his pawn. Let's talk to Pearls. Let's see if we can comfort her. So the real person who killed Mr. Corrida is... Hey, wait a minute. What's wrong with the rice cookers on the floor? Uh-oh. Is there gonna be a fight in the chat? So the real person who killed Mr. Corrida was...
that assassin. Mr. Shelley the Killer, right?
And the car of Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. Something as delicious as rice should not be near the floor. I mean, you're right. You are right. But to wish death on him? I don't know, man. I don't know about the death thing, though. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who was his client? That is a good question, because yes, we gotta find literally the killer. That's his name. But we also gotta figure out who hired him to do the killing, because an assassin, I don't think, would kill someone just for shits and giggles. So let's find out.
You mean who asked for the murder?
That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. Strange how Larry has been suspiciously absent. Point taken. College student equals being equals creative. Being creative, you believe? That is true. I definitely was creative in my college years. But very true, Ash. It is interesting that Larry hasn't been around. Much to consider. But whoever this client is, they're still a killer. Yeah, because they're the ones who are like, yeah, I want this motherfucker dead. Like, Larry is lurking in the shadows. He's behind somewhere with all these bears.
Who could have hired the assassin?
He's hiding behind the bears, I'm sure of it. I don't trust Larry one bit.
Do you think it was Miss Andrews?
He's in the bear or he is the bear? Are you saying Larry is a bear? I hate this. I don't think it was Miss Andrews because she seems the type of person to like, if she wants to kill someone, she'll fucking do it her goddamn self. So like, I don't know. I don't think it was her. And plus, it's a lot easier to pin on her anyway. Barry emote coming 2021? Possibly. But what expression would he have? I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? Resigned disappointment. True. True, Ash.
But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be.
Not engarde himself? But wait, but then he was just like, dude, it's just a rivalry. Dude. Or I guess as a famous man once said, wow. Was it mad though? Like, what would he get out of it? What would he get out of it though? Like, why would he kill him? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, what are your theories on, besides like Larry? Clout? Not clout, he did it for the TikTok. He did it for the TikTok, saying, hey, watch my my rival get murdered or something. Some shit. I'm knocking on wood. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
If Mr. Engarde really did hire the assassin,
then he is not innocent at all. Far from it. He would be guilty of the crime. Epic murder prank gone wrong. Social experiment. You always forget. This is not clickbait.
But it can't be Mr. Engarde, right? I mean, when we first talked with him.
Mr. Engarde, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Carita? Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Carita, alright? But yeah, exactly, there's no Cyclops, so like... What the fuck? Actually, that reminds me.
Do you remember something, Mr. Nick? 'Cause I'll pull out my Glock for you.
Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. Okay, what is it?
So what is this interesting thing?
Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Is this your wife, Ash? Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. So he's really was like, your call-out poster.
Mr. Engarde's secret?
What do you think his secret is, though? Like, what is... I guess maybe he's, like, racist or something? I don't know.
What is this secret?
I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Carita was going to reveal this secret. That means... Mr. Engarde had plenty of motive to have Mr. Carita silence. Fuck. But what is the secret though? Like, what do you guys think it is? He made offensive tweets on his private Twitter account and Juan had to screenshot. No! No! He probably called him a fucking beaner or something. Or some racist shit like that. I can say that because I'm Mexican, so... Don't you go say it if you're not Latino. Or Latin. Don't say that, no. But no, knowing guys like Matt Engarde, he probably did call him a fucking beaner or some racist slur. Matt looks like he would call you a slur anyway. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Engarde. There's no way around it now. Yeah, we have to. We have to. Actually, what are these chips doing here?
It's so messy here.
Pearls really likes things neat and tidy, I take it.
There are a lot of electronic things in here that I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, tell me what they are, pretty please.
Okay, that over there is a watch. You wear it on your wrist.
I know what a watch is.
Oops. For a second there, I forgot I was talking with Pearls, not Maya. Man, he's so mean. Like, he's so mean to Maya. Alright, then.
Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of the secret Mr. Kurita held about Mr. Engarde. Is it the offensive tweets? Is it? Also, just pointing it out there, I am 3 followers away from making it to 100 followers. And Miss Andrews' real intentions. These are 2 things that I must know tonight.
But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center?
I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. Yeah, we got this, Pearls. Okay, we can't... Okay. Oh, God. Old bag. Hey, wait!
What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Just like now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel.
That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one GUMSHOE made.
I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgy Poo, so...
Edgeworth?
And he said...
If you feel angry, direct your anger at the unsophisticated lawyer. He threw us under the bus! Why did you do that, Edgeworth?
So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you.
Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. Well, it's punishment for being sassy with him about him, like, taking a little break for self-care. Sometimes self-care entails being a little dramatic here and there, Phoenix. But you went a little nuts there yourself.
This is absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden on one of the presents.
Very interesting.
I'm sure it was. You know, it was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossip's been going around about my dear Juan.
Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews. But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Kurita.
I'll let you in on another secret, youngin'. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying all people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself, too.
You're just mad that you're not included, old bag. Like, that's really it. Wow. The alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change.
I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I could bet that it's nothing good.
But I didn't say anything. She's a boomer. Boomers know somehow.
So, you want to know about Juan and that manager, right?
They didn't let her into the Kurita Stan group chat show, so she's salty. Yeah, basically.
Actually, as I hear it, there is something of a refreshing pair of those two.
Oh?
I tell ya, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know? The manager that manager woman Juan had.
Are you talking about Celeste?
It's a shame she killed herself, though.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, like, who are you talking about? Old bag, like, what? Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impacts. Miss Andrews' mentor, ex-girlfriend, right?
Yes, that's the one.
Well, yeah.
That's Celeste.
That's Celeste girl. Yeah, exactly, Ash. Mentor.
She was supposed to get married, you know?
Wait, what? To whom? Better be Andrews. Married? You mean to Mr. Corrida? Wait, what?
Really? You young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl, Celeste, killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement.
Hello? Why would they do that? What? 3 days after their marriage announcement? I can't believe Adrian was the mistress. What a shock, right? What in the... Hello?
Why would Miss Impact want to kill herself? She was gonna get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you know. You see, by Juan.
What? She was thrown away? And you still stand him, old bag? Hello? What?
But they were gonna get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session. But 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage.
What? What? Is that true?
It was in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did he do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately.
I see. Well, yeah, I would definitely say Adrian had way... Yeah. Hashtag Corrida's over party. Yeah, basically, like, what?
That night after Juan called off the wedding, that manager, Celeste, killed herself.
How terrible. Yeah, no shit.
I wonder what happened between those two.
Oh my god. What the fuck? No, we gotta talk to Matt. Like, he knows way more than what's going on. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. It looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. Yeah. I mean...
It feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened? You're Mr. Engarde's lawyer. You're Mr. Engarde's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness! Hello? Hello? A decisive witness? A decisive witness? You mean for the Engarde case? We're talking to the witnesses. We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now?
Who is this witness?
I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Nick?
Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh, yeah. Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? He wants you to meet him at the usual spot at the usual time so you guys can rekindle your relationship. I'm kidding. Or no, am I? I'm not kidding. No. They're together. Even though visiting hours are long over the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go.
What?
I've already called them so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much.
That's such good news, Mr. Nick.
Go talk to your heart's content? Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. Yeah, no kidding. Well, it doesn't matter. We need to talk to him, so... I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Engarde and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Whose story do I want to hear first? You know what? Let's talk to Adrian. I think maybe if we talk... Let's get to Adrian Andrews' point of view first. Because if that is true, she... Sorry, I got food. She would definitely know. Hello, Elfie. How you doing tonight? Just in time for the ASMR food. I was just saying that I was going to choose Adrian Andrews because if for the fact that she killed her, the Celeste impacts. Welcome to the corpse party. No, you're actually technically right because there's so much death. Amazing, you got accepted. Nice, congrats! I'm so happy for you. Party in the chat. Party in the chat. And I'm gonna throw in some tingles here in a bit. There you go. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and talk to Adrian Andrews while I eat. Oh, you're staring at your email for like a few minutes? Oh, no, but you deserve it. I hope you're gonna treat yourself tonight. Yes, one step closer to the librarian career. You got this, Elfie. We're rooting for you. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour. But there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clues about the secret Mr. Kurita had on Mr. Engarde. I'd like to ask you about Matt Engarde, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Engarde. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? You just realized that her shock sprite is very similar. Yeah, it's not surprising. A lot of debate goes over in the fandom that a lot of the sprites are just technically reskins. I mean, it doesn't matter to me, to be honest. Like, they're obviously different people, but like, yeah. And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celeste's impacts. I had finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want to spread... I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. But you definitely had every reason to, if what was said was true. I would never do something so stupid. Well, emotions run high. And it's perfectly understandable. Like, it really genuinely is. Especially in this case, oof. The suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Engarde? That's simple. Because he's the killer. That's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police?
But there had to be another way.
The police are excellent at doing their job. So they figure it all out, right? Yes, they're so good at their job, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death.
Miss Andrews.
Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. So please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge.
Huh? Did you say something just now?
Oh. A psych log, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy.
But...
I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say, revenge. Well... Actually, let's try something else. Let's see if we could talk to Matt. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers? Oh, it's Will.
What happened? Why are you here?
You see, I got roped into this somehow. Oh no, don't tell me you're the decisive witness.
What?
And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers? I was talking with a detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home. When all of a sudden, you there, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Oh. They said my face and the whole self in general looked suspicious or something. Uh-huh. Well, I guess I could see how they thought you looked suspicious. No, not by any means, Phoenix. Don't buy into this. I have no idea about anything in Phoenix Wright games, but Powers is already the best character. He's baby. He is one of the biggest babies. Unfortunately, he's just a side character and a previous defendant that we helped once before. I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? It's not, Will. So, about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? Yeah, he is a very good lad. I don't really know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said.
Who do you think that lawyer the detective was talking about?
I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it.
Mr. Nick! Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this world, this whole world. But it's alright.
Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? This is gonna do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going on. But what is he really like? Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. Oh god, yeah, I was gonna say that he really looked like that type. You shall see soon, Elfie. He'd always say, it's just a game to justify himself.
What? How horrible! That's unforgivable!
Ow! Sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he once said that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him? His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly kind of energetic? He loves gossip. Petey, you should know this by now. You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in the world have this dazzling sort of image, right? A dazzling sort of image? But aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. You see, I kind of feel like Will Powers is what Chris Pratt would be if he wasn't so religious. If you know what I mean. Like nothing, not talking against religion in any way, just if he wasn't so Pratt, well, yeah, basically Ash. Pratt wants what Powers already has. Love. But it's okay. Really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen. So it's literally free gossip for him. Well, that's true. Oh, hey! So, did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Impacts?
We heard something about how her wedding was canceled.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on ahead. Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Because he's baby. Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is. A call-out post?
Something bad for Mr. Carita?
Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. He's drafting the call out. And she said, looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. Oh shit! She talked to her friends? A truly insidious man? Does she mean Mr. Carita by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? But that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Engarde and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center. Yeah, there are still things I don't understand or know about. I'm sure. Yeah, we need to go talk to Matt. Maybe he knows. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Well, maybe Matt has some information. Because something like that, like, I don't think Adrian's going to give us anything else. But Matt? I don't know. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Corrida was killed by an assassin, and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt Engarde. What's wrong? Mr. Engarde, there's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Could you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? Really? Seriously? Oh my god, what the fuck? I knew this was coming.
Mr. Nick, don't tell me.
Cyclops. You said a secret, right? But I don't know. I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Okay. Do you know about Mr. Corrida and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corrida. Her mentor was Mr. Corrida's manager. And Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impax's suicide note from him. Celeste. Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat?
Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it a kind of pea like green peas?
Let's go eat one later, okay? I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off of this topic and talk about something else, okay? This guy is holding way too many secrets. Mr. Engarde, are you connected to Miss Impax's suicide in some way? I mean, there's really not much we can do, right? Hello?
Mr. Nick, your phone!
Hey, that's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Hello? We're in trouble now, pal. I'll be back at the office really soon. What's wrong? Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth, he... No, nothing better happened to Edgeworth. Edgeworth? Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's no good at... He leaked the tweets. Hello? He got cut off.
What's going on, Mr. Nick?
GUMSHOE said we need to go back to the office right away.
Then we should hurry back.
I'm scared to go back.
What are you talking about? Mr. Nick, pull yourself together.
Maybe it'll be good news. Somehow, I doubt that. So, let's just go right ahead.
What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and had to go.
Well, what happened?
We got him. We know who bought that spy camera.
Eh? This quickly?
And this bear is what gave them away, pal.
The bear.
I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera.
But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that figured? Shh, Pearls. And go on. You knew that bear was fishy. You're still cute though. Hyper realistic or not?
There's only one person who bought one of these bears who is related to this crime.
Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room?
Matt Engarde.
What? Huh?
Matt Engarde, your client. That's who, pal.
And here I thought things couldn't get any worse.
Fuck.
Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was...
I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is a credit card receipt for the purchase.
Man, you dumbass motherfucker! Phoenix just dropped the pace. Buddy, you're fucked. Yeah. Like, Matt's a fucking dumbass motherfucker. Like, why would he use his credit card?
It's for $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear.
A receipt? That's all you have?
Nah, it's not just a receipt, pal. The store clerk says so himself. He told me. I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Engarde.
And I'm sure if we check the cameras, we'll see.
I mean, the clerks even got Mr. Engarde's autograph out of it, pal.
God damn it, Engarde, you fucking idiot!
So, I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Engarde himself.
My sight is failing me. This can't be. This is the dumbest criminal alive. Like, he really is fucking stupid. So, what about the spy camera we found?
That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you could get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess we could give these back to you for you to follow the way into evidence. I know you don't want to give up, pal.
I never thought. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Carida's room was Matt Engarde. Why did Mr. Engarde do something like this?
I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Carida in one of their rendezvous.
I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera.
Are you going to see him? Mr. Engarde, I mean.
Yes.
I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next.
I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Matt Engarde, what in the world have you done? You fucking idiot! Like, how stupid do you have to be to do all that? Oh my god. Alright. You're working really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. Alrighty. Hold on, let me make sure. Let me check something in the court record. Okay, yeah. Okay, so... Alright, let's get this going. Let's do this. Now, let's see what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Kurita had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Huh, Mr. Right. I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Kurita, especially on that night. Because you want to know why? We got the fucking spy camera, you dumbass motherfucker. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Kurita's room the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow. But dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden? It was in the bear. Like where else, you dumb? Go get the dinner meats. We will be here attacking Matt's character. The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. I guess Juan had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I would say this bear was a present from a fan. Okay. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Kurita was who else? None other than Matt Engarde. Like, duh. Mr. Engarde, do you know who this bear... Don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I ever met a Mr. Bear before, dude. Aw, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Engarde. If I didn't know how you work in court, I think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. Well, they gave us the credit card receipt. Like, how dumb do you have to be to not just use your credit card for this, but to give an autograph? What the hell, you dumbass motherfucker? I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Engarde. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, this could be that toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush? My thoughts exactly, Phoenix. The ivory. It's got elephant hair for bristles. Ew. Elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? No. I fucking hope not. Oh my god, he is problematic. I mean, we did know, but still. Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. Oh my god. So can I ask you one thing? Yes? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So, if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. So it's more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you going to do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know. Because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kurita's room and filmed him in its secret is because of this card. If I can find it. Where is it? This is it. Because, like, if he was killed by an assassin, and you know, I guess he wants proof that he killed him? I mean, that's the only thing I could think of. Like, why else? Besides some weird-ass sick pleasure. What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer. And I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous, man. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I'm starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. We got this, you guys. We got this. Mr. Man Engarde. I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because you're a star. No, not a hero of justice. He's his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Carrera. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Man Engarde. And here I was, just trying to be a good boy for you, dude. Hello? I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. Engarde, you really did hire? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Hello? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about that time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude. Hello? Wait. Excuse me? How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Engarde. Hello? How do you get the cognac in the prison? Hello? Huh? Well done, Mr. Fright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. So you really are Shelly the Killer's client? What? You really didn't think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you?
What do you mean?
And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer?
You're lying. What a terrible...
It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Alright. And then Pearl needs to get out her Glock. Fuck, I need a fork. My dinner meats have gone completely wrong. Go on, and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. Hello? Are you hitting on me?
But why? Why did you hide the video camera and...
A weakling soon believes the words of others. Just like that pathetic Adrian. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret? Well, I would imagine he's pretty in with a lot of people's secrets. The way he acts, that's some fucking JoJo shit right there. Nice JoJo's reference. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone. Least of all, assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me? How much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess?
And that's why... Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up, and I can't. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl.
Hello? Well, I don't know how Ashley's gonna take it when she gets back.
Why? Why would you kill Mr. Carita? Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they?
This is all because of that press conference, isn't it?
If Mr. Carita had been able to give it, then Mr. Engarde's secret would have... well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Carita ended up dead. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anybody. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face, and people will swallow anything you feed them.
You know, that is unfortunately how a lot of predators operate with this kind of logic. So it's, to say the least, it's super fucked up.
Adrian fell for it. The assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone, all working their butts off for me, Matt and Guard. Oh, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet.
How can I have been so deceived by you all this time? Because he's a pretty boy. Like, he is right that predators are more likely, like, to use their looks to their advantage like this. So this is actually par for the course. So I wouldn't beat yourself up too much, Phoenix. Like, it happens. Alright, gamers, what did you miss? You missed that Matt Engarde's a fucking freak! He looks like this, actually. Somehow he snuck alcohol in, and he basically admitted the game for predators. He basically revealed their secrets on how they pretend to look all pleasant and shit, but really they're fucked up on the inside. I'm just like, yeah, that's par for the course. When we first met, I asked you if you had killed Juan Carita, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone.
Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that tequila guy, right? And all I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room.
You killed Mr. Carita!
I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Oh, but too bad. You can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't you? That would be the one thing you absolutely cannot do. Mystic Maya! You wouldn't want to test a killer. He's a man of his word. Or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel! So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow.
Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this! That's such a cliche phrase. Who wanted something just like that, if memory serves? Of course. Well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth? Hello? Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. He just takes us there. Okay. Thank you, thank you, Edgeworth. But I appreciate it. I hate it when they're like, oh, let's go together. But it's like, you have to do it yourself. I love it when they just teleport you, like, here you go, we'll do it for you. Well, right? What are you gonna do? If you plan on changing your strategy.
No! We can't do that.
That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, right, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. Aw, our boyfriend's helping us out. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who is clearly a killer, Matt Engarde, that man is really... Urgh. Anyways, what do you think of his, Matt Engarde's real look, Ash? Actually, I wonder... What do you think of Matt Engarde's true personality? And what meats did you get this time? Puts the bangs back. I agree. It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Beef, nice. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? But what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? Edgeworth, you don't need to call us out now when we're kind of desperate here. Like, you don't have to do this. Well, that may be true, but that's because I believed in my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get Engarde an acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. You can't, I mean, you really can't just be like, oh, I'll only take innocent clients, because it don't work like that. People are fucking complicated. And, you know, some people also kidnap your loved ones and threaten you to get a complete acquittal, or yeah. But again, what do you do in a situation, you know? Like, that is complicated. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who are suffering and pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right? Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say?
That's...
You are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. I mean, yeah. Like, you have to do your... It's the job. Do you wanna eat? Or do you... Should have went to medical school instead. Yeah. But you know medical school is full of injustice, too. Who's gonna protect the patients when the doctors fuck up? You know? You need protection in that kind of situation. Sorry, I'm just sending something out real quick. People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth's not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Franziska, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. But she doesn't even have that. Like, she doesn't even have a perfect record ever since she came to quote-unquote America. And isn't it the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed. You are so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. No, I won't say he The girls are fighting. Yes, they are. And I like how Edgeworth's like, yeah, I see where you're mad at me now. I get it. I understand. But feeding is too emotional. However, you are mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? Beanie, you never heard of self-care? But then why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story.
Mr. Nick, the transceiver!
Hello? I'm sorry for what had happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please, why are you holding Maya hostage? For Mr. Engarde's sake. Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me! A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself! I believe you are asking me for a reason as to why I am doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and it is a part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before. However, you did, but my name is the Killer. Shelly the Killer. You're Shelly the Killer? Please keep in mind, you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep your end of the bargain, Maya! It would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice long nap.
No!
Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace the signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. Kitty?
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
I don't know what to say. Edgeworth! Did you hear that? At the end of that transmission! A kitty! Huh? Oh, that. It sounded like a cat.
A cat?
It can't be! That cat! Can it?
What is it?
I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage! Edgeworth, have all the police units head for Engarde Mansion immediately! Alright, you hurry over as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun!
Yeah!
Oh, fuck. Let's go! Let's fucking go! Hello? I think it's in the hotel. Yeah, it's by the hotel, and then... There we go. No! Click faster! Is he? Maya!
Please, answer us! Mystic Maya!
We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. There's a bear there! Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it. That butler. All this time. He was the killer. He and Engarde were working together all this time. I'm sure they have worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Well, look at the bear! Look at the bear!
Oh, it's a figurine of a bear! But there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason.
A bear? Isn't it more of a thing for Mr. Carita? Why would something like this be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here.
I'm sure that's for Shoe.
Do you think that this came through that little door? This door, it's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. We did it? Hello? Hello? There's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is Engarde's private lounge. Look at this right. An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals in a VCR. Oh, fuck! He is keeping her here! Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found.
No.
But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. Fuck. Fuck. No. The wine cellar? Hello? Maybe Maya's there. Maya! Maya! No, she's not there! She's not... What? We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. But now... we lost our one and only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Can we, though? I mean, we don't have any other choice. We have to go to court tomorrow, but, like, still. Maya. Wait. What is this picture? This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste. Hello?
Miss Impacts? You mean...
Yes, Mr. Cardito's former manager.
Why would a picture of Miss Impacts be here in Mr. Engarde's mansion?
He literally kept her in his house. This is the dumbest thing. Yeah, he's that cocky though. He's that fucking cocky, and that's what gets me. It's like, he really thought he could get away with all of this. Like, oh my god. And why does it say with love? It might be a clue. What's wrong, Pearls?
Please let me see that picture frame.
Huh? What's so special about the frame?
On the back. There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message.
What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get Engarde a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag a not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll talk to you guys later. Maya, no! She can't be gone! I mean, she's physically gone, but like, she can't be dead. She can't. She just can't.
No! Mystic Maya!
Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house, and this is the last room. It looked like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes? As far as clues goes, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Ash's wife, Andrews. Miss Andrews' Cyclock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. The baby! Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I've come to remove your Cyclock. Cyclock? You just don't tell people about it, Feeny. They're gonna look at you like you're crazy. I want to know, and you will tell me. Your secret. Fine. Go ahead. Try to break me if you can. Well, I don't know why he did it like that, but okay, Phoenix. Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engarde for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engarde. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So are you saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, you're full of shit. A woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. And that person is... Celeste and Pax. Celeste. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge. And that's Miss Impax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. So, that don't mean you don't have feelings, Adrian. Come on. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does this all have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Engarde, it would mean that he must have some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? There's only one reason why anybody would give a photo of themselves and put down with love. They had a relationship, didn't they? This is a photo of Miss Impax, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impax's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this in Mr. Engarde's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. She's a lesbian. But then again, I feel like we've been doing that, so... Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that didn't work out.
Because Mr. Cardita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right?
Yes, because of Matt.
Because of Mr. Engarde? What do you mean?
I think I could see where this is going. Celeste. She was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. Oh no! Oh no. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why. With love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? Leave her alone. Get away from her. Agreed. Agreed. It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away.
That's so horrible.
Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. Oh, kindness. I don't think it's kindness. It's not kindness. I'm telling you right now, that was not kindness. That was the studio firing her and her getting a new job. Alright? A woman like that probably loved very hard, and there is no way that a studio is gonna let her, you know, they will never punish him. They would have never punished him for that. So they punished her, and oh my god, it's too real. It's too real! It's too real. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him. Even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was for revenge. It was revenge for Celeste and myself, or for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan cut off their wedding, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see, so that's what happened.
But then why did Creed, I have to call off the wedding!
Oh, you pure innocent baby.
I don't understand at all.
It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most.
Poor Miss Impax. Poor Miss Impax.
That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note.
But why would he do that?
It's simple. Juan realized that this note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge? There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that it would cause Matt the most damage, of course. So at the end of the day, he didn't even do it for her. He did it for himself. Wow. Honestly, like, that is way too fucking real. That's unnecessarily too real. And that was at the press conference after the Say show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. Yeah, fuck them both. That night, when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murder was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. I mean, no, I'm not disagreeing, like, fuck both of these assholes, holy shit. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note. That's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all of this, are you still gonna help that man? Well, his ass was already... She's like, get his ass! Well, his ass is already gone. Well, there's only one other person to get, and that's Matt Engarde. But how are we gonna do this? You know? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either. Not with my situation, or with what I now know. Oof. Yeah, this is a lot. Yeah, we might as well save. Why not? But we are finishing this today and next week. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Hello? What? What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. Huh? Another gesture. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. Phoenix, you're just being a little dramatic right now. And then he got smacked with a fire extinguisher. It was all a dream. I've had this dream before, someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today, I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. Oh God! What the fuck? Hello? This is Phoenix, right? You don't look so weird, dude. You gonna prove me not guilty today, right? Nice JoJo's reference. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is running on today's verdict, too. The law? The guards right outside the door? The fact that Maya could die? That's what's stopping him. Now listen up. You better get engarde a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever! Maya. Phoenix. Phoenix! Bat said nothing about assaulting, but you're right! You're absolutely right! Let's go! Mia! It's your wife, Ash. Maya! How's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. You know, this is actually good advice. I'm gonna screen cap that. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please! There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. Ugh, it's that accursed engarde again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. I'm gonna put you on the block list, bitch. Oh, GUMSHOE. You're really mean, pal. GUMSHOE, I'm really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then, you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not gonna give up. GUMSHOE. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're gonna do everything we can and find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get engarde If we can get Maya out, then you can get engarde the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? If we go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. You guys, I mean, we did it once before with both Gant and Manfred von Karma. No, wait, we did it because of Manfred. No, what I meant with Gant. I meant with Gant. So, believe in us. Believe it. We're just gonna give it all, we're gonna give it all we got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, GUMSHOE. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. GUMSHOE will come through. I know it. Okay, here we go. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Engarde, and I got a fork. Now I can eat again. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery in our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? The food is ready, Your Honor. It is ready, Your Honor. Here you go. Exactly, Ash. Let me take a quick bite. Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that drew suspicion onto Matt Engarde, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing the Nichols samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she's guilty after all? Well, most likely tampering with evidence. I think if anything, she'll just do time for tampering with evidence. I mean, unfortunately, that is against the law. I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is a calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes. Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Engarde. What a surprising turn of events! That's the least of your worries, Udgy. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. He says it in quotes because Will would never, he would never associate himself with Matt or any of his ilk. Hey, you guys. Will Powers is unproblematic, and here's why. His existence. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Sorry, but, well, I'm just sort of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. Yeah, we didn't know that. What the fuck, Will? Hello? But, you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt where I went. All you need to do is answer what you asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Engarde's room. Okay, sure. He's still unproblematic. I'm standing by this statement. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Poor Will Powers. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. The talking with the bellboy is no big deal. And if one assumes that the person Mr. Engarde was speaking to was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? Yep, we don't have any other choice. Okay, so let me take a bite. Well, why'd you give up? You saw the two of them, right? Right, you saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, right? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? That's a perfectly normal thing to do. So, how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. Okay. What made him think otherwise? At first? What did you mean by that? I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? You tell us! How am I supposed to know? Hey, wait a minute. Actually, Miss Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... you know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. That's right, he mentioned a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah, yeah, that's it! You really know your job! Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. And so what was so strange about that? So he gave, the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. It sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of this shocking was trying to ask about. Actually, let's ask about the tip. Because the defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Oh, sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court about how much you would say the defendant gave the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash?! Well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That could hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. God, just imagine just like giving like juice to your foot. Imagine being a bell person going to giving somebody like fucking juice of all things, and then just give you a fucking fat ass roll of cash. Like, what the fuck? The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Raise an objection. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? What? I mean, I guess you have a fair point there, Edgeworth. If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand here prosecuting? He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all of my hard work. He's right. Yeah, he is right. Damn it all. Damn it. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida, then the bellboy the witness saw, yes, he was the assassin. Shit. Hold your horses now. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley the killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley the killer. He is the person the police special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the killer. Really? Oh no! Protect Will! What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir, right away. Okay. This time, I was in that hallway place because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's what the bellboy I saw earlier come out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be an assassin. I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer. Then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. If that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Oh, Edgeworth. Ha, 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 ha. This is no laughing matter. Okay, this time, let me take a bite out of crime real quick. Let's try it. It was right there in the hallway. I mean, what made you say that? So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next? Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. His face. What about his face, Ash? Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. His unzippable face, exactly! That could be it. But what if it's somebody else? You call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree, that is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual to be a bellboy to be so empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers say, nope, let's try to pull a fast one. We gotta stall, remember? There is nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really, really is. There really, really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness' previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth, are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of a guest room empty-handed. But wait, he said he saw him with you saw the picture, right? That he was carrying some juice. But then, oh, I don't know. Then how did Adrian get this? Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So? A baseball has stitches? Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Try saying this 5 times fast. God damn it, Beanie. Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. Right. This is the crime scene. There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Carlito's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you will look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, it's the juice, yeah. Anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy just had brought this to Mr. Carlito's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Oh, it could have been before, right? But can you prove that Mr. Carlito was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say, empty-handed. I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black, leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves? Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, does this really make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, a football is made out of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather? Oh, but that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene, leaving black leather gloves. Phoenix, what? Yeah, I know. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Anyways, hello if you are new. We are streaming the last case in Justice for All because next week I want to go ahead and start Trials and Tribulations. My hands down favorite game of the trilogy. So feel free to chat, feel free to vibe, and enjoy my wonderful voice acting. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. There's so much from Will. I'm surprised. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left, without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. Okay. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kinda saw all that by accident. Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Alright. I'll take another bite. Because this is now a food ASMR stream. What did he give? Did you see that? I said, hold it! Oh, okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. What is that something? He gave something to this person? Yeah. And what was this something? If I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. And this is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please, try to remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, let's talk another point, namely, what the bellboy did next. Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing. Okay, but I want to ask one other question. I want to see if I can ask this. I don't know. I said hold it! Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Okay. I should probably ask him one question at a time. So let's now ask who was inside, because I'm curious. So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. Oh, okay. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is this all really that important? Of course it is. It really is, though. Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. this is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... Nope. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure. But I think it was some sort of wooden statue. A statue? Wait, hold on. Hold on. It's the bear, because it's the only wooden thing we have, because, you know, you can't miss this or anything like that, right? So, could it be the bear? What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item? Oh, hey! That's it! That's the something! Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out! I recall we found this at Matt Engarde's mansion. At the defendant's house? Anyways, hello! Welcome to the stream. We are finishing out the rest of the case of Farewell My Turnabout. So feel free to get comfy. Feel free to chat. Feel free to follow and subscribe. The subscriptions and donations help the channel grow, and we get to, and it makes me feel, it makes me want to stream more. What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Carrera in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found in Mr. Engarde's mansion would mean that one, Matt Engarde is a dumbass piece of shit motherfucker. And really said, here, I'm gonna take this thing from the scene of the crime and bring it to my fucking house like a fucking idiot. What? It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Engarde is the killer's client. Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Wright. This is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we overlooked. Wait, who received the bear? We need to know who received the bear. Your Honor, a minute please. Yes, Mr. Wright? There's still a few points left that we have not yet fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? The person who received it. That we figured out what it was, so now we need to know who we gave it to. Or who was given it to. There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. Ooh, hiccups. Oh, I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can be sure of... Ah! Huh? What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah. Sorry. He's doing his best. He's doing his best, Ash. Actually, so I remembered. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. The perfect witness, and yet is working against Phoenix. Yeah, that's usually how it goes for him. But the arm. It was the Nickel Samurai's arm. I swear it. You've got to be kidding! Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was a Nickel Samurai. Oh my god, Will. Order! It looks like you've dug your own grave, yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So, the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as all we know, Matt Engarde is the Nickel Samurai. Yeah, but remember, we established somebody was wearing his costume, right? So, could that have been Adrian? Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. What am I supposed to do now? Mia, help! You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry! Now, we begin the crossings. Hold it! Your Honor! Again, Mr. Wright? We've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony. It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright. I have to find something. Even one more little point will do. There are still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what question or point would you like to explain further? Now let's look into the bear. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear. Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Engarde's mansion. However, Mr. Engarde was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Haha! See? We got it. We can stall for time, right? Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is now possible that it was Mr. Engarde who took it to this bear to his mansion. Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Phew. Disaster avoided yet. Hello? You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember that you muttered. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Engarde's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler. All this time, he was the killer. Damn it, Phoenix, you idiot! The killer and Engarde were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Engarde mansion as its butler. But that could have been set up, theoretically. That could have been set up. What a bold move. The bear figurine was brought back to Engarde mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Engarde had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for some time, for quite a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I think we've heard enough. We now know why the spear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Engarde. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will hand down my verdict. No! No, but Maya hasn't been found yet! Thank you, Your Honor, for understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out like this. Turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? No! Raise an objection! There is only one way out of... There is only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor? Oh God, what are you gonna do? Right now, we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number 1, he has accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number 2, that very same figurine was found at Engarde Mansion. However, it's possible that this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client? Yes. Tis. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client and therefore the real murderer? Well, who else was wearing the costume? Ash's wife. Adrian. I mean, it's just a theory, right? Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt Engarde for the crime. By wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Ah! Then, the nickel samurai's arm that I saw, that could have very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. Engarde? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Edgar's mansion, it was a well-known, well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on all this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What is with this trial? Come on, anyone could tell Engarde did it. But I can't believe the defense would go this far as to pin the guilt on someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty. It's murder of all things. This is the same Maya. This is the same Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I cannot give up on. Order! 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 All disrupted parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to Engarde right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness at that time. Yes, Your Honor. Oof. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you tried to pin the guilt onto Adrian. Well, it's not like you give a shit about her anyway. Ugh, I swear this demon will pay.
Mr. Neck!
Pearls? Where's Mia?
I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away.
A really strong power?
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is...
It's from GUMSHOE. GUMSHOE! How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Phew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time. If we just had one, every single clue would be really helpful. Fuck. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Or is all of our hope for naught? A tent! Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent! Mia! Mia! Imagine doing all that. Maya gets found mid-trial and is telling Phoenix is like, LOL, never mind, put this bitch in jail. Right? God, if only that would happen. Come on. God, it would be so easy, right? Also, hello if you're new. We are wrapping up the rest of Phoenix Wright, Justice for All, the last case. Farewell, my turnabout. Feel free to follow, feel free to subscribe, feel free to chat. Oh, had to take a... Mia! It looks like Maya was just unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you right away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. GUMSHOE! Is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal. The very big circus. Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Oh, okay, hold on a second, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry! Yes, hurry! And I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. GUMSHOE, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard her! An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. No! GUMSHOE, please, hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. It's all so much. Come on, we gotta find Maya. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? The folks who had jury duty this day must be pissed. I don't know if this is true, because, knocking on wood, I've never been on jury duty, but, I hear they actually get paid for it, so, like, they get, like, anything, like, compensated, like, if they go out to eat or whatever, they get compensated for it. Or, like, the government pays for it or something. I don't know. I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. There's your wife, Ash. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You have seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right. Why does she... Hello? How do you know about this, Adrian? Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Lesbian instinct. Is that what it is? Is it the lesbian instinct? Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's just a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So this figurine is a container of sorts, is it? Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Certain lesbians have the same talents as Home Depot dads. Oh, okay. Alright. That makes more sense. Thank you, Ash. It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. Alright. So, I guess my question would be, does she know? Oh, I guess if she has the same talents as Home Depot dads, then most likely she knows everything, right? A puzzle? That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? Does she know the correct order? So you can take it apart? And how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arm and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. Oh, Aji. I think he's lost it. So, what did you find after you took the puzzle apart? Well, how big? Like, how small is small? And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. A friend! A quote-unquote friend! Then this was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue on your testimony. Okay, because of this... So what happens is it just gets stuck? So who exactly knew, how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I thought there weren't that many people with the same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get what's inside. Well, it's a toy. but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Okay. Who else knows that despair is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. As long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. The two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. Engarde didn't know, right? I think this is about all I can get for now. Okay, so we updated the information. Oh no, don't update the autopsy on us. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that comes next, and that is, what is inside this box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness? Yes. You are the only one who can open this. Please. So, what is it? And there's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews as she solves the puzzle and takes the pair apart. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? Wait, what is it? It's the suicide note. What? The suicide note? The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Impax. Until now, no one knew of his whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celeste Impax had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Order! Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard it all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bearer. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least that's what I would think. Now then. I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note may be known. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it, and I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. Oh no, is right. The judge's voice rang out and loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impax left us a record of all that had happened to her, about being used and then being thrown away by Engarde. They better pay for Adrian's therapy after this. Oh my god. Honestly, I completely agree. About being engaged to Corrida and Engarde's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to end it all. And that's all Miss Impax had to say. And there is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engarde. Then, what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word! Matt Engarde values, above all else, his refreshing like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Oof. It's Engarde's fault that woman killed herself! And this time, he would even went too far as to kill someone to stop her from revealing that.
How terrible! What a selfish person!
I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who defend those creeps too. It's not always about you, Feeny. There is no room for doubt here. Mr. the Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed that note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. Once again, we have come to the truth at last. Everything had hurt so bad, so much. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape this from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? GUMSHOE hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to buy him some more time. I like to think that Phoenix has a charger in the back, like where he is, so he can charge his phone while court is going on, you know? Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those. The gavel is already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry! The suicide note or the figurine? Which one of these should I pursue? We have to play dirty. I don't want to do this. I don't feel good about this. I don't want to do this. I really don't want to do this. There's nothing else we can do with the figurine, so we have to do this. I'm so sorry. Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer.
He's still going at it?
It's like he doesn't care. He's trying to get a killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that Matt Engarde killed in order to obtain this note. Yes, that is correct. But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that Matt Engarde could not have known what was written on this note. Oh, well, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Order, order, order! You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately. He's gonna update his autopsy? God damn it! I think he believes differently. Oh no! I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with the wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Matt Engarde and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Carida, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Engarde. Order! 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 Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have that camera that was stuffed in the that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not that same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch using this GUMSHOE's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defense's fingerprints were found on this camera. God damn it, Matt! God damn it, you fucking dumbass son of a bitch! Oh my god, you deserve to get guilty at this point. Like, I don't know what else you want to do. Mr. Engarde's fingerprints were on there? Wow, Phoenix. It looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? Exactly! World's dumbest criminal, or the world's most arrogant. What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. Even Mia's like, buddy, you're fucked. Yeah, basically. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Engarde learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now what is that lawyer thinking?
Mommy, is that man the bat killer guy?
Shush! Stop! Don't look at him! The way he's sweating is just so...
Ew, nasty.
Phoenix? Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? What am I going to do next? Does running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate? I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? No, you know what? We need to look over the... I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Your Honor! The defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You're beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. Huh? In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Yeah, we need to look at this. That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh, so as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impact or not, that has yet to even be remotely confirmed. Adrian is standing there like, can I go now? Mr. Wright, you seriously can't be suggesting... Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, You were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Engarde. Who's to say that you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. Phoenix, what the fuck? There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Oh yeah, she did say that. Ah! Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you can use it to frame Matt Engarde. I did no such thing. Right? If you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. He's actually right. Like, he has... If he was gonna say, like, hey, this is her suicide note, but he needs to prove that it is. Phoenix is like, no, you. Yeah, basically. Oh! That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm this handwriting on the suicide note? It is as the defense stated. The handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we've reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry his trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. No! I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and the defense further investigate handwriting says Engarde is guilty. Look, Eddie can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 Matt Engarde's just sitting there like, I'm in danger. Hello? What is that sound? It's GUMSHOE. Hello? Hello? GUMSHOE? What is with him? And what is with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? Taking a phone. Well, it is kind of important, Ash. We need to find out what's going on with Maya. He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides, I'm sorry. I wish there was someone to make it up to you. I really do. You can't just make up something like that, GUMSHOE. You gotta keep going. Use your brain. Use your electronic skills to find her. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty! 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 I kind of want a picture of like the Matt with the bangs on going, I'm in danger. With like the background with the guilties. Put it in the notes, Ash. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, will you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I am about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! I can't believe this is real. Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you got to buy us some more time. Court is in session. You really just hung up a GUMSHOE! What? I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying? I don't, this fucking case is fucking wild. What? Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day. No! Wait! Did we fuck up? Hello? Please, wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary test on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. This is super technological version of Defender of LA, so we got this, G. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow? Edgeworth must have been in theater in some point. Nobody is this dramatic for no reason. Honestly, I have to agree. 30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I am asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. Oh God, we have a chance. There's a chance. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. Man, I bet after this, Uji was like, you know what, fuck this shit. I want to go home. I got puzzles to play with. I gotta write to my ex-boyfriend. Yeah. He got things to do and people to see. Puzzles to solve. Right. Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer. Looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. He's gotta ask him why he never brought him a funny bear puzzle. Exactly. Ugh. Hello? Report! Report.
Is that Mr. Edgeworth?
We don't have time. Just spread it out.
Right. It looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away.
A few things? Can we use any of them as evidence? He's gotta ask. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you asked, pal. Huh? I've got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over.
Really? Don't be driving and talking on the cell phone, GUMSHOE. You're a cop. At least follow your own damn rules. That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first.
We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran.
What?
Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the I've got to put the law on hold for now.
That's my king. That's my king. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this.
With my hunk of junk car, I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me.
Alright, just get here in one piece.
I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light.
He's really saying fuck the law. Oh my god, GUMSHOE, your rap sheet is gonna be like so fucking long by the time you get here. Holy shit. Items left behind by the murderer? Huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. God. Hello? Hey, What's wrong? Detective GUMSHOE, answer me. No one can stop me. Hello? How? Was he really driving while he was talking on the cell phone? GUMSHOE! No! What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We gotta hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he was driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Use cell phone towers! Why is everyone getting injured? It's the last case, that's why, Ash. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why did GUMSHOE have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this? There's a way! Wait, there is a way! Yes, there's a way, remember? Remember Franziska? That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective GUMSHOE is through this. Franziska! Remember Franziska planted a bug on him. Why are you bringing up Franziska at a time like this? Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Franziska, will she even want to help us? Edgeworth, what is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. You miss her? I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right? It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. He's like, that's my job. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. To be continued. I'm kidding. No, we're finishing this shit up tonight. But we're still saving. Because anything can happen. And we got this, y'all. We got this. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready? Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, what are you also seeing, distraught Mr. Edgeworth? It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? It looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Npax's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately... What? We have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery? A forgery? What? What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Npax herself. It is a fake. A fake? Then who could have wrote this? Who the fuck wrote this? Why would you... What? Order, order, order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Npax, then who wrote it? We would need more time to get a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Carita. No! No fucking way! What? Mr. Carita? Well. It looks like Miss Npax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about engarde. Was it a murder then? What? However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Engarde could not have known that, and so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted it to possess it. That does sound very plausible. Oh, you know Adrian's so fucked up. She bade your... Oh, she's gonna be big man now. Now she's probably like, good that your ass is dead. This theory that Engarde had no idea that the suicide note was fake. I know, right? This poor woman. Both Celeste and Adrian. Holy fuck. Something seems a little wrong with it. You know what? Let's present evidence. The defense believes that the theory that the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Engarde to not have known it was a fake. Yeah, because of the spy camera. That's right. Because if he had known it was a fake, he wouldn't have gone after it, right? Like, that's the logic. That's what I'm thinking. What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. Ah, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Engarde knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Is that right? Isn't that right? Ugh. If that were true... that this means Mr. Engarde would have known that the victim had forged a note. So then the defendant knew that the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Engarde's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Engarde monitored Mr. Corrida 24 hours a day. But how do you know he did? Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Engarde didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why didn't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Order! 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 Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. As I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured, it came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you're not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Engarde's motives through evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call the witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder? That's impossible! Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness? It's, yes, go on. Who is it? Yeah, tell us, Edgeworth. The man himself, Mr. Shelley the killer. Oh, Mr. the killer. What? Wait, Shelley the killer? Oh, what? You mean the killer? I mean, the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here? To the witness stand? Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this alright with you? I mean, as long as it prolongs us, and we're good to go. Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. Defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is our right to do this. Well, we had a parrot, so why not? Very well then. The prosecution calls this witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin. I say, what's going on here? Your Honor, how can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure that this is really Mr. the Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelley the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer. Goddamn, women is just under attack. Is this whole game is just Maya, and we are fucking under attack. And you might as well just put like Franziska, Pearls. You better put like the whole cast of women in this of Justice for All as we in this fucking image. Holy shit. It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida. Ooh. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it, a bad dream. Shelley the Killer. What's he gonna say? Oh god. There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give up the name of my client. Hello? Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? Seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Okay. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell your clients... I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry. Go on. Well, it appears that this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. That's only because you don't know about my situation. Okay, explain this. The trust between you and your client? I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this matter. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did... yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough! Please, no more! Very well. It's only hypothetical anyway. Yep, hypothetical. Yeah. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You... Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die? No! I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself. Man, the judge is getting, kind of sassy there, huh? We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. That egomaniacal. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow, that's not coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already. Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and close, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know. Something... Trust between you and a client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. These are the roles and duties. Now, I want to pick his brain more about why his client went out of their role. I'm sorry, but I was just wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you could betray this person? I have no trust relation with the client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid that we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think, really. In that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. And that is the reason I am here today and over this chat. Now then. Alright, let's go. Let's fucking go. What is it? Now I can bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask him, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness? What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Carita? That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? 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 Huh? Whoa, witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. Leave this woman alone. What? She has been through enough, though, truly. This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. DeKellar just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. DeKellar told him a different name. Matt Engarde, perhaps? I knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you're the one who summoned this witness. You Shelley the killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Engarde, am I correct? All I wish to do is to help procure his acquittal. But that wouldn't even make sense. Even if his client was Adrian Andrews, why would he be trying to get him to get an acquittal? Oh wait, it's part of the job. My bad. I forgot about that. Is it part of the job? Is he telling the truth though? Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. But do we actually want to win this though? The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. DeKellar's client, who requested the murder, was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Engarde is innocent. No! I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please, continue your discussion and call me when you reach the verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. What now? What now? With the way this is going, Engarde is going to be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And Engarde, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? No, we can't, because it's not even just the fact that Engarde would be declared innocent. No, we can't. But at the same time, we can't let an innocent person, Adrian, we can't let her do this. No, you know what? I'm going to defy this. Fuck this. Who would have believed that the prosecution's old witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Oh my god! Hello, Arukana and everybody who came in their raid. Hello! We are finishing up Justice for All and its last case. And then tomorrow, we're gonna get started with Trials and Tribulations, so you better smash that fucking... You better smash that fucking follow, you better smash that fucking subscribe button! If you're able to subscribe, but the subscriptions does help the channel. Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Hi, hello, Yum Antimatter. How are you doing tonight? Hopefully you're enjoying. I hope you're comfy. Feel free to follow, or if not even follow, feel free to chat. Feel free to follow. Feel free to subscribe. So, how you doing tonight? Anything new and exciting going on? Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews. Hi. Sorry you gotta pop out because of the spoilers. Thank you so much, Aru. Hope for one, like I said, you better let me know when you're doing the trilogy because I want to see your reactions. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, He's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. Welcome to this poor woman being badgered for the millionth time. Miss Andrews did nothing wrong. Local lesbian gets blamed for all the crimes. Tell me what isn't new. That testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. DeKiller himself had testified. He has named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button donning the nickel samurai costume. But that's... You even have a motive. We all know that Miss Celeste's impact was a large part of your life. There's no judgment. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want both dead. Wait, why is the judge interrogating her? That's not his job. He's just... Yeah, exactly, Ash. He wants to feel useful. No, Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth. Where is the actual prosecutor? He's there. He's just silenced. Yeah, exactly. He's across the room. He has been silent, and he was silenced. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for GUMSHOE's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? You know what? No, this doesn't feel good. It's not good at all. Like, is it really worth it? Is it really worth throwing? No. We have to let it continue. We have to make sure that Maya is safe. Phoenix, I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept the not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt Engarde is a killer. A murderer. And who's to say that he didn't kill other people in the past, too? I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than Engarde. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. Yeah, see? Our prosecutor, Edgeworth. He could have gotten Engarde convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? No, it's Matt Engarde. If you're not familiar, or if you're not, this case is a lot. No, she's not in trial, but they're trying to pin it on her. But she's been on the stand more times than the actual defendant. Yeah, basically. But oh, you don't mind it? Okay. But basically, a guy died, but she actually does have a big motive to kill him. But a hit was put out instead. And Engarde basically admitted to, you know, basically he's the world's dumbest criminal. He's got prints all over the place. He even gave, like, not only did he buy the bear to hide a camera in to watch the murder, he signed an autograph for the guy. He signed an autograph for the fucking clerk. Like, what the fuck? So, yeah. It's a lot. His trust? I never thought about it until now. Don't forget he paid for... Yeah, exactly. He paid for his own credit card. He hid a kidnapped person in his own house. And it just so happened that Adrian did try to frame him. Because she did not like Juan and Matt because they caused someone she loved, and I don't care what the game says, she loved her. Someone that she loved to commit suicide after being used and abused by these two guys. It's a whole mess. I never thought about it till now. I trust him? Yes, you do. Mia's like, here's your answer. Get Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. Defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. Huh, interesting. So, Phoenix wants the real killer to get convicted. Yes, because at the end of the day, it's all about finding the truth of the matter. And I think at the end of the day, that's what a defense attorney should do, is to find the truth of a case and uncover all of that. And I think that's why a lot of, I mean, yes, there are always going to be like slimy defense lawyers and all that. But why isn't Miles doing this? He is the prosecutor. Well, when Matt Engarde has kidnapped Maya, and because Edgeworth realizes that in order to get a guilty verdict, you gotta uncover the truth too. Like, he's working on getting it uncovered as... Yeah, he likes playing games and he's gay for Phoenix, but mostly it's because he wants to uncover the truth. That's basically what a defense lawyer and a prosecutor. Prosecutors have one truth. The defense lawyer is supposed to uncover the entire truth. And a good defense lawyer doesn't necessarily mix his... He's not doing it just for the sake of lols and 5D chess. But he's doing it to uncover the truth. Now, if that means that his client is guilty, then so be it. That is true. It is their job to defend their client because everybody has their own due process and all that. But, and I mean but, a defense also needs to prove that there is reasonable doubt that your client did not do it. But if there's no doubt, at that point, you need to just uncover everything. That's my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. DeKiller. Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you need from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? In terms of professional ethics, I think if Phoenix thinks his client did it, it cannot defend him any longer. I mean, you're right. But unfortunately, this is a video game, so... And like I said, right now, Matt Engarde also has a person that Phoenix cares for as a hostage, so... Yeah, exactly. He's kind of forced into it. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done? But what shall we have him testify now? Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. Yeah, he's being forced to do it because Maya got kidnapped. Like I said, it's a lot. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? I mean, you really can't think too much, like, in terms of, like, how the law works. I mean, in the first game, we interrogated a parrot, so it's one of those things like you kind of can't take it too seriously. As I have already stated quite a few times, he contacted them. Yeah, the hitman is testifying, and he's the one who contacted them. But he's the reason why he accused Adrian Andrews. As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews knew from the beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation of the planting of the knife and button. The act is what I was referring. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is the most unexpected turn of events. For the 5th time now? I would think you'd be used to it by now, Udgy. However, this time, everything has finally been revealed. Has it, though? Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question the testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What is this witness said has nothing but beneficial to the defense's case? If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies that, oh, so beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes 2 of us. Alrighty. What is it, Mr. Wright? If I press him in the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I do have something to have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes? How much is your fee? I see you're also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. No! 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 There's a reason for it! Maybe to ascertain if Adrian can even afford it, or... Huh? If you would like to talk business, we could do so after the trial. No! I'm not thinking about... Mr. Wright! Yes? You want to kill me! You want me dead, don't you? What? Why would you think something like that? You're on... Guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright, you're hereby declared guilty! Witness, let's continue. I thought it was a valid question. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are you not? Wait! Hold on a second. But then, what about, then he would know about the juice, right? That doesn't make sense. But if the hostage is meant to force Phoenix into helping the suspect, then wouldn't the hostage taker kill her anyway for not... I guess, how do you mean, young antimatter? Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered. But how? How do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass. Did he forget? Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted. Because... excuse me. At this point in the trial, a verdict has not been made. So why would he kill him if a verdict hasn't been made, you know? Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted. which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? Like, the point of the hostage is that Phoenix is supposed to help the client, right? But right now, he's obviously... Well, he is known as a really good lawyer. And it is one of those things that you really can't leave a stone unturned. You know? Because if he's such a good lawyer, he has to... If he is acting like this, then most likely he's probably gonna have to act the part of, you know, oh, he's a good lawyer. You know, oh, he did this and this and this. That is not possible, Your Honor. The glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would have never left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what's your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? He's like, au contraire. I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews is really your client, as you claim, then your client should have not had knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? I don't know. If I were the hostage taker, I would be cutting a few body parts off right now to punish Phoenix? Well, he's already starving Maya. If the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I'm positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. Because right now, GUMSHOE, one of the, I guess, ex-detectives, he went out. Yeah, it's a whole lot of stalling, but not even just that. Right now, behind Engarde's back, and the killers, really, GUMSHOE, is trying to find is not only trying to find Maya, but he also has a bunch of evidence that links, that may have direct link from his client to the killer, literally. So we're stalling for time as much as we can, and as far as as far as the killer knows, Phoenix is only doing his job right now. He literally says it right here. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. Well, they're both stalling, and Edgeworth already knows. That's why they're not really having a real duel right now, because they're both stalling for time. They all know. As a matter of fact, Edgeworth sent out a special task force to get them. It's just that he has to play his role too. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services of the night of the awards ceremony. Oh, you're just nitpicking? No problem. It's no problem. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It really is. I actually have a lot of the VODs from this game uploaded on my YouTube. It should be linked in my Twitch below, so if you want to watch those previous videos to get a lot more context, then definitely do so. I would just suggest to put it in the background because they're long. So it was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. that is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. Okay. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Alright. Wait. Then, wait. If they had met... Hold on. Let's have him describe this. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was that brief pause? No, let's press further on that. Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, what's the testimony right now? Just... Yes, it is very... Well... Actually, I'm trying to think. I don't think the policy itself isn't important. Why he makes his clients is not important. And that wasn't the point. Yeah, exactly. Because I was just thinking, like, wait a minute. That part isn't very important. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. Wait, hello? Him? But Adrian Andrews, as far as we know, is a cis woman. That's what I thought. I could trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony now just not any important? Yes, it's very important. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony right now was just of the utmost importance. Huh? Really? If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now into your testimony. Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought I could trust this person as a client. Oh, ho, ho. Ho, 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 ho. An intelligent cis woman who prefers to go by she and her. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at the time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the killer? You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. What a sloppy hitman, shaking my head, basically. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip up about her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? If you have ever met Adrian Andrews in person? To be fair, Adrian is it is, but actually, like back in middle school, I knew a girl named Charlie, so that's kind of when I realized, yeah, names don't really fucking matter in terms of gender, really. One look would have told you that she is a cis woman. Oh. Order in the courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is the meaning of this? And I also knew another girl named Ryan. So, again, you know, whatever. This witness testified to the following: that he always meets face to face with his clients with taking their requests. But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person. If Matt was that big of a celebrity, surely people would know his manager. Well, he's a hitman. He's busy doing other things like killing people. For pay. Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client would not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. It's sweating oil. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is, without a doubt, a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Luckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so, he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on? Shelley the Killer! This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you allow me to testify once more. I know he's just gonna spit out more lies. Too dumb to use them, eh? Terrible, terrible hitman. Yeah. Well, he did look to be on the older side, so he could be a Gen X or a boomer. Very well. But this time, please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Oh boy. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. Terrible boomer hitman. Exactly. Yum, antimatter. Exactly. But you literally just said that you don't take it by mail, the killer? There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Carita and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Yes, okay. So what are these other 2 or 3 things? 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. So what, are you just like a random errand boy or something? Who kills on the side? Side hustle? What should I do? No, we're gonna press further. Like, that absolutely does if they're hired for it. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney? Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. The Killer? Creative name, right? Hello! Welcome back, Mega Billion. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one? Wait! Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. You know what? Let's keep going. Fuck it. Do it for Maya. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find the figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated into your testimony. This bear wearing shorts, that's the real crime. Why? Why? Why is it the crime, Mega Billion? It's not his fault it's a fit? As you wish. Pooh can wear a crop top, but this bear can't wear it? One of these was to find the bear figurine and to give it to Adrian Andrews. One of these... You mean... this bear? Shelley the Killer. If he had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item? I see where you're going with this. It's a crime because it's barely lingo. Boo! No, I'm kidding. No! Don't say that. I hate this. No! 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 Even Edgeworth saw that coming. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. And I was going to burn it for her sake. Even for a single minute. This bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands. I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order, order, order! So that's where you two were going. So by the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means... It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Oh! Order! 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 Ugh, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's enough. If that's your intention, then there's only one thing for me to do. Wait, please! Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. Hold it, bitch! No, please, not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this child to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... What in the... Mr. Wright? Are you... Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should. Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... the prosecution, what has come over everyone? Even you are... Prosecution... Russ... What is going on around here? Prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Leave this woman alone! Like, seriously! Ugh. Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor? If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt Engarde, will be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews be charged with murder. Get a job, leave her alone. Miss Andrews will be charged with murder. The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring in the defendant, Matt Engarde, to the stand. The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. My hands? Mine? What? Hello? Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear that you are innocent. Ha!
So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out.
Mr. Engarde? Dude, you are so fucking close. You could have just waited 10 fucking minutes. But no. You just had to reveal yourself, you dumbass piece of shit!
What an atrocious lawyer I have.
Exactly! Like, why?
Giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap is just as atrocious. Don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer?
No, we can't. Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? You better get Engarde a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya would die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is gonna end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt Engarde, is innocent.
There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer's gonna say what I want, aren't you?
Right. I can't do this. I have to decide something. Can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Engarde, is... Fuck! Chat! What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I pick? Do I pick guilty or not guilty? But if I say guilty, Maya could die. You're saying jail. But do not quote me. Guys. No. We're just gonna say not guilty. We're just gonna have to say not guilty. I don't want to kill Maya. I don't want her death on me. She could be mad at me fucking forever. And we'll find something to put him in jail. Edgeworth will find something to put him in jail. I'm sorry, Adrian. Sorry. We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Engarde, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt Engarde is... Hello? Quick, make an asthma attack. Franziska von Karma! The queen. It's her queen! What are you doing? Ow! You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces. Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. A Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine, and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this. What a filthy old coat this is. Don't insult it. That's GUMSHOE's. I could spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what is inside that raggedy coat? I'm sure that inside the coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? This trial's already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence, down to the last. I request that Ms. Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Ms. Von Karma, if you please. These pieces of evidence are items left behind the killer during his escape from the police. He must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around. Like a miracle. I'm sure of it. I believe it! This is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistols have anything to do with this case? You know what? We'll question everything, because you never know. Does that pistol have any relation to this case? We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case. At least, with me. Oh yeah, that's right, she got shot! Yeah! That's the pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I get the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test. Is it even still intact? Enough to do that? So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Franziska. It's possible it's probably not going to help us very much. But regardless, we're still gonna hold on to that. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. I bet the killer took that from Engarde Mansion, so we're definitely questioning that. Has anyone seen it? Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh, yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. What? The killer went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Surely the killer is no ordinary man. Okay, so yeah, good thing we asked about that. This last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, question it, question it! Was that used during the crime? I am almost certain it was. There is even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There is a button missing on this uniform. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I want to check something out. What? No, that's straight up from his costume. Huh. Just had a thought, that's all. A button? It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. Interesting. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure, were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing. It is who is the client. Well, no, it's important because of the videotape, Judge. If we watched it, then we would know. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor. Please, allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. He's like, I want to go home. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's try for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2? The first, make engarde wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If engarde himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but then that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way, force the killer to end his contract with engarde. If the killer were to no longer think of engarde as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. No. Remember, couple things. No, there's a couple things I just remembered. 1, Shelley the Killer basically has his unwarranted trust in his clients, right? This, I feel like each at least in this game, has a theme of trust. Now, in the first case was the trust that Phoenix was going to get Maggie out of the situation, even though he has amnesia. Temporary amnesia, but amnesia nevertheless. She still trusted him, and we pulled through. We pulled through for her. In the second case, there's a trust between Maya and Dr. Turner Gray. I mean, yes, at the end of the day, he did get murdered by somebody else, but Maya felt for the longest time that she had betrayed Dr. Turner's trust because of that. So the next thing is the third one is the Big Berry Circus. Now, even though that case was very complicated, it has a lot of complications. At the end of the day, it was about trust. because Acro trusted Regina would do the right thing. But instead, it was her father who ended up essentially taking care of the shit for her. She never took responsibility for what happened to Bat. Yes, it was problematic as fuck that these guys, these fucking 20, 30-year-old guys are after a 16-year-old. But at the end of the day, Regina, unfortunately, did not face the repercussions. And the repercussions would have been her death. But instead, it was her father's death. He was right on the money to trust the fact that nothing good was going to come out of the note that was left for her in her pocket. So she was right on that. But at the end of the day, it's still about trust. What is this one? Well, Adrienne, she trusts people. Especially if, hot women comes up to her and gives her comforting words. She is more likely to trust and depend on them. But Matt said that he did not trust anybody. So he decided to be the world's dumbest criminal and do all that stuff with the spy camera. Now, do you guys think that, because I think all he told Shelly was to pick up the videotape, right? There's no way he would have had time to look at it, right? Do you think I think the videotape is a big, important clue. Maybe not the bellboy, because we already know that the bellboy uniform is a disguise. We knew that. We already know that the pistol was used to shoot Franziska. But what is on the tape? I think that's something major that we need to get a look at. He is a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if he could make either one happen, then it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them, so we have to link it. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait. Does that mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence. And that is how we come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, this court does not need any more evidence. I am not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then, you want to show the evidence to that person? Mr. Wright, please let me go home. Basically. Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion... I will grant you one chance. One chance? Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. That's impossible to turn this situation around in one try. One try. That is all I will permit. I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think! There must be a way to save Maya while taking Engarde down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show this evidence to? Well, we gotta... I have a feeling, man. I got a feeling. I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. Like I said, definitely not that. Definitely not that. This. I have suspicious feeling. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there's some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. Alright, looks like I managed to convince him. Whew, this is long. It's worth it. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence? Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client not to watch it. Makes you wanna think, doesn't it? So I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true? Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted the camera? Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. He's really like, he's like, be gone, thought. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you. Isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why didn't that engarde film the crime scene? Well, the reason why he did it the reason why he did that is to get out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They, well, not just want to see Juan get his. It's not that they didn't trust their skills. They wanted blackmail. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. Why would you want... What? Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the Killer? Matt's getting murdered. Yep, get your F's ready. It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. Oh my god. So dramatique. No F's in the chat for Matt. He deserves it. Put W's in the chat instead. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Big W. The biggest W. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item! Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Maya's safe, you guys! Oh, thank goodness. Thank God, thank God, thank God! This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I am sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness. Yeah! Miss Von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Yeah, you sweating bullets now, ain't you, boy? Mr. Engarde, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watched this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is it alright with you, Mr. Wright? We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you to. Right, Chief. Plead guilty! Fuck that dude! He tried to fuck over Adrian too while we added, so we're saving her life! Matt Engarde? Even though I'm a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Says every single fucking predator on the fucking planet. Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger, no matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore. Oh, guilty. That's kind of grotesque. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. He could have been a narcissist and not a murderer. Shaking my head. Basically. We? I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt Engarde? I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full course meal of whip leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me. Yeah, but after that, when I was alone in the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. She's a bigger person than I would have said, fuck everybody in this courtroom. No, she really is. Like, she went through so much in the span of a couple of days. Like, this all happened within the span of a couple of days. Even 3 days. Close to the baby, even 3 days. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I am really happy that you two were in charge of this case. Take a good look at this, Ash. Our queen. Our queen is smiling, which she deserves. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. She is adorable. I expect fan art in the Discord before the week's over. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Yes, you have to. You must. Thank you so much, everyone. Aw, Adrian, baby. Looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. Oof. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time, but you have to look past all of that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. I wish they did the not guilty sequence, except it was guilty and like confetti. I think that was in the original game, if I remember it right. Like, they actually did that. They put guilty and confetti still came down. I don't know why they took it out in this one. I think. If I remember it right, I don't know. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life? My client, Matt Engarde, is he guilty? Or is he not guilty? Those words were your choices then. And your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody.
Really? Pearls, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. She is on her way here as we speak in the patrol car. Shouldn't y'all take her to the fucking hospital though? She's starving.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya's safe! You did it! You really did it, Mr. Nick!
Ow! She punches deceptively hard for a kid.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
Thanks.
Oh,
What's wrong?
Miss Von Karma.
About earlier, thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling? Mr. Phoenix, right? You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy? Well, Maya is safe, first of all, and secondly, we prevented an innocent person from getting convicted unfairly. So that's a good thing. I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself. Until a year ago. Edgeworth? For my own personal victories. And for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book. And so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. With unnecessary feelings. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well, you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. He's gay. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. Francisca really out here sane than Parrish. You should draw that too. No! Do that! Do Francisca and Parrish picture. What foolish nonsense! We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man will hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? Yeah, exactly. Exactly! It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes is one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This, I promise you. The truth. Yes, that is the reason why the prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you? Right. That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who only ran into the night.
Ah! Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. All those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool.
Miss Von Karma.
I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. He lost 3 times. Francisca threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective GUMSHOE? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Oh, isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right? Okay.
Nick! Maya!
Everyone! Maya!
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Everyone's together now! Now get this child a burger. I hope the killer at least took her out for a burger on the way back. I hope so too.
Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got engarde convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck with this child. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Why would you joke about that, Maya? Why would you joke about that? Is it really that easy to do something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it.
Maya.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved you're alright.
Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
Heh. Alright! I think it's time we got out of this depressing place.
Huh? Where are we going?
Food, Nick! Food! Grub! Chow! I'm starved! I'm so hungry, even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick.
You think I look like a burger?
I'm a prime rib at least.
Congrats on 2 new daughters, Edgeworth. Yeah, right?
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth! Please!
If you insist.
Alright.
Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick. Food!
I imagine like they stopped by like a Burger King just so like she could have something in her stomach. And I also like to think that a bunch of paramedics were there to check to make sure that, you know, everything else is good. That's what I'm choosing to stick with. Is the food even good here? What the fuck, Maya? Come on now. Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. GUMSHOE! Oh no, the GUMSHOE got... Oh, baby! GUMSHOE, are you alright? Maya, someone died in there, right?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole, of all things.
Holy shit, he's massive. Like, he's a very big boy. But he's nothing but full of love. A telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him?
You did it again, city boy!
I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai. Thanks. Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bully Mr. Right too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight even. A lot of defending here, huh? I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now. Everyone gather round. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we could put this messy case behind us now. Come on! Tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen. You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective. Huh? Me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Ah, well, you know, it's Aw, he's blushing. Huh? Wait, that's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item? Oh, come on, y'all. It's over. But whoo boy, I tell ya, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder or getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So, to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had a rough gal. So where's this picture of yours?
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture.
You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. It sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. Hello? What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. Ah, that's Miss Front Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, Sarah. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't eaten anything yet. And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. Man, Phoenix, seriously. I had fun tonight. Now if you'll excuse me. Wait. What? I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying things, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. Yeah, they sure aren't. I wonder if there's anything I could give him to express how I feel. Kiss him. I agree. Can't you kiss? Well, I think it might be better off for now to give him this. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Sure, Edgeworth.
It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya!
Yes, Pearly?
I guess you two can go back being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean.
Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. Man, no wonder Edgeworth got out of Dodge. You did. He's the only one with actual money. No, I guess Phoenix has to max out his credit cards again. Huh? He skipped out on the check. Yeah. I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kind of already put your name on the bill. Huh? Huh?
Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself.
There's this camera shop in this hotel, see?
And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyway, anyhow for $3,000.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all.
Oh, $3,000 camera! And she put it under his name? Who gave her access to the credit cards? Huh? 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 Huh?
Isn't it great, Mr. Nick?
Can he ask his boyfriend for a loan? Yeah, hit up Edgeworth.
Yeah, Nick.
Why do I suddenly feel like screaming?
Aw, you don't need to hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal. Time to let it all out.
This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you.
Go on. It's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy a hostage and all. Alright then. If you say so. Objection! Fun fact. While playing the original DS, you could they actually had you hold down the mic and then yell into it. That was really fun. But yeah, that was you really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. So what do you think of this game, Ash? Of this Justice for All?
I'm so happy that you could save Mr. Maya and Mr. Nick. I'm so happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners, so I sort of made reservations for the two of you, just in case.
It gave you 2 whole wives. Great game. Yes, the attorneys have been aced. But in terms of individual cases, which one do you like the most?
Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all society. I knew it! Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal!
If there's one case that you like the most and the case that you like the least, give them to me. I like to hear your thoughts while I do the end credits.
I, Maggie Bird, am retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles to joy to the people who come up to the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
The second one, like the one where we go meet Pearly?
Yes, are you here to visit the patient? I'm Dr. Hottie. Recently, yes, that girl, you know, I haven't seen her around. Yes, and I remember, even if I laid so much as an eye on her, it would go crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes.
Yeah, but it has that freak in it, so I don't know. What's your least favorite case? It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie. And to let the world know we are serious, I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe.
Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made out of cake and bunnies who can talk?
I think if there are any talky bunnies, they won't laugh at most jokes. Even they won't laugh at most jokes. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mozart represent.
We got our new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will ya? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it.
Yeah, the age fuckery is like messy. I would have been more okay if like they were, if Bat was at least in his teens.
What's this? Drat, it's just an ordinary electric recharger on a stand. I can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this? Ah, but it's Edgy Poo's idea, so it must have a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? I was never like this in the old day. Everyone thought the world of me.
Yeah. Yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, if I feel like if they had just made Bat in his teens, I think I would have been more okay with it. There's really no way of fixing Max and the Trillo and the ventriloquist, but I don't know. But no, I agree. The circus family was good. Like, I will say that one is good. There's your queen. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that if I ever get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. Adrian Von Karma? Yeah, right? Like, you would think. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. And it's self-destructed. Drop the website? Who are you planning on killing? Or K-wording? Hey, Shelly. Hello? There's more? Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? With this? That's... I heard you were planning things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy, drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it is going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing! You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter! Francisca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. You're like 18 years old! You're a fucking baby! I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. Well, he's in jail and you're not. You're already winning, Queen. There's no doubt about that. But to me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I am not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? No, not really. He's kind of simple. You should know this by now, Edgeworth. I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I can make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me after I had left you behind me all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then it's where we part ways, Franziska von Karma. I love her so much. Like, at the end of the day, she's just a baby. Like, she really is just a baby. I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So you better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. I love this disco so much. Like, oh my god, I never... Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this is this last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. Yeah. I know. Every time Franziska cries, I fucking lose it. Girl, help, I'm crying in the club. Honestly, like, a lot of people give Franziska von Karma a lot of shit. But I honestly think that she's, like, one of the best characters. Now, prosecutors, I'm just kind of like, because she does do a lot of dirty tricks and stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, she's still her father's daughter. But honestly, like, she's still, like, only 18 years old. You know, like, she has been through so, like, it's a lot. It is a lot. And, you know, she and Adrian are a lot more... Does she come back? Well, you know...
Yeah.
There's only one way to find out. Tomorrow, we're starting Trials and Tribulations. But overall, Ash, I guess between Franziska or Adrian, who do you attach yourself more? Because one, I definitely attach myself to Franziska. Oh my god, I love her so much. Like, I honestly think that she, character-wise, she is a really good character. Like, you saw that baby face. She's going through so much. Unfortunately, probably Adrian, because oof, the dependency, you can relate. Yeah, I mean, that's understandable. I mean, that's fine. That's totally fine. But for now, we're gonna call it a stream. Thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. I appreciate you so much. And if it wasn't for you guys, I would not be here tonight. But definitely tomorrow, we are starting Trials and Tribulations. And I will get rest. I will get rest. I am doing a lot better, so. But tomorrow, we are definitely doing Trials and Tribulations. So until then, stay good, stay hydrated, stay warm, and most importantly, stay inside if you're able to, and wear a mask. Anyways, I love you guys so much. And that is it. Bye.